Good evening, everybody. Welcome back to Behind the Curve. This is the show where every week is a weird new adventure. Last week we killed a ghost in Bioshock Infinite, and then in the forest we found a strange underground laboratory that also was above the island. Who knows what's gonna happen this week? I'm your host, Myth Wizard. It's also the show where we are about taking care of ourselves. So have your water ready and have your comfy chair or couch or whatever you're sitting in ready for a hydration or a posture check. We're gonna hop back into Bioshock Infinite. I don't quite remember how much we have left. But I feel like we're getting pretty close to the end of Infinite, and we'll be starting Burial at Sea soon. So I'm kind of excited. I have not played Burial at Sea yet. Pull my notes up real quick. What's going on tonight, everybody? How are we feeling? It's Monday. We made it. Do I need a machine gun? Oops, I am planning to do achievements. Or at least work on them. Oh, you know what? We still have to fight Songbird, don't we? Replace that. Okay. The right way? Yeah. Oh, the 3 tears. Okay. Say that like I know what I'm talking about. Don't judge me, alright? Give me the money. Thanks. Oh. Bonjour, my golden nuggets. Bonjour. What's up? What's going on, Chaos? I didn't take French, so don't judge me. Take Spanish? Okay. Bonsoir. Bonsoir.
Elizabeth.
I'll see what I can do.
I'll see what I can do.
Got it.
It's a tear.
There's something in there. Should I open it?
No, don't open it. That's a terrible idea. A terrible idea. Why do I have to stand on top of it? Alright, there's gotta be something, right? Finally got a birthday present after weirdness involving importing and lazy postal workers. I feel like anything that has to go through customs just takes forever. My desk mat, my periodic table desk mat, I think came from China. And this sucker took like a month to get here.
I took a funeral photo.
Yes,
and made an absolute hash of it.
One doesn't expect to picture one's cause.
Postal worker didn't want to drive half a mile to my house to get my signature. What?
What did you mean before when you said Lady Comstock didn't belong here?
She's almost feral. It's like she's a reflection of... I don't know.
We had to wait 48 hours to go to the post office. That's ridiculous. They left the "we totally showed up" slip in the mailbox half a mile away. Are you kidding? We tried. Sorry, nothing we could do. I hear a lot of gunshots. For a whole lot of nothing going on outside. Order. That's kind of like the Dementors. Right? The whispering. Ooh, a hand cannon. Is there an achievement for a hand cannon? 61? I didn't even notice how much ammo was in this thing. I was literally in a position where I'd know if someone showed up and they didn't arrive at all. They just didn't have it on the truck. They brought the slip. That's what it is. Founders will bleed. I'm pretty sure they're dead.
Go ahead. Go ahead!
Done.
Why are you screaming? Find the next tear. Oh, it's up here? Oh. Excuse me. Give me just a second.
Found ammo.
Bunch of blood.
Oh, ouch. All right. Finally got my launch day package for an album, which was bought directly from a small but well-known music group in Japan. That's cool. How am I doing? I'm doing all right. Doing just fine. Nothing too significant, too spectacular about my day. Just a day. Can you believe my ISP lied about when my internet would be fixed? I was actually waiting for you to show up so I could ask you. That's why I was late. That's a shame. I was hoping for your sake. Totally can't believe that they would just lie. ISPs are 100% honest all the time. I'm actually really pleased with mine. I think they're really good. Oh, bugger off.
Don't die, fucker.
taken to calling Cox my ISP. It's a good one. Stand here and shoot him. Ooh, a burst gun. Oh, I hit him. I hit him again. Come on. I mean, their name is slightly misspelled. Yeah. I don't even know how to respond to that. I mean, I guess. I used to have Cox as my internet, but they were okay when I used them. Posted a picture of some of the stuff that came in the package. I'll have to check it out. Okay, is that it? Oh, right, it's in here. What is the back from the blue? Or back from blue, something like that? Let's see. Bolt from the blue. Kill 5 enemies with a headshot while riding a skyline. Yep.
What could this place have to do with my mother?
Uh-oh. All right, let's see what you got. Is it in? Posted a pic. Where did you post it? Is it in general? Is it in Streamlinks? I haven't got anything yet. My ISP literally throttled our internet to below dial-up. Whoops, wrong chat. To below dial-up speed to get us to pay for a higher speed package. A package we were waiting to be available, but were willing to pay for if they told us it was an option, instead of being like scumbags during the Varus. Sent it now. Oh, there it is. Neat.
For the people.
Oh. Thank you. What do I want to use? Possession? This burst guns kind of sucks.
Thanks.
Sorry, that's all I've got.
Yeah, this burst gun kind of sucks.
I'll bleed
Literally came with bookmarks, an A1 folder, and some calendar stickers, so I'm pleased. Neat! Spent the morning ripping the CDs and converting and embedding the metadata. I bet that's really convenient now though. Like, it's a little bit of work. But in the end, it's just convenient. Yeah.
Nice. Reloading.
Well, I did all of my meal prep yesterday.
Footsteps seem to go down to the vault.
And I discovered that we hadn't put any of the ingredients for the meal that I had planned to eat on the grocery list. So I went to start cooking and I was like, KP, I don't have any of this. Like, I'm gonna have to improvise. Got separated from my Apple embedded stuff since they did ASCII and I did the kanji stuff. New hat. Improvisation is the key to good food discoveries. Well, yeah, but it was more or less like, what do I have in the freezer that I need to use up? And then I ended up burning the teriyaki sauce, and it just didn't turn out how I wanted to. I just kind of slapped it together, and it's not great. Not terrible, but it's not great.
Need money?
Was it homemade teriyaki? Yeah, it was homemade teriyaki.
50%.
What's that?
50% of everything people earn here goes right to Comstock as a tithe. All right, let's see. Type 3 letters to spell the voice.
Fuck.
3 letters.
VOX. Try the typewriter.
Never heated teriyaki. A gold bar. Ooh.
I know the prophet is a liar, but he cannot be. I know the prophet is a murderer.
Posture check.
He cannot be.
Oh.
For if the future lies only in the imagination
There we go.
of God, why would he reveal it to such a monster?
Ooh, yikes. Poor Lady Comstock. Is this where we came from? Is there anything up here? Nope. Ah, a spooky ghost! Yeah, we killed the shit out of that spooky ghost. That spooky ghost being Lady Comstock. Hello? Keep trying to get my dad to play the new God of War, but he doesn't like video games. What a bummer. My dad played the crap out of Fallout 4. He has a save file for every choice in the game. But he likes space pinball. I will say, what is it? Space Cadet? Is that what it's called? The Space Cadet pinball? I'm so bad at it. Like, I never got to the point where I was good at pinball.
More money.
I got better, but I'm hoping now that the internet is fucked and he can't stream anything, he might try a Gideovame with me. How are you bad at pinball? I don't know. It just always goes right between the paddles. Like being bad at Minesweeper. I mean, could do a Minesweeper stream and Minesweeper stream and I'll blow your mind. If I do, I'm running the risk of him constantly calling me boy like Kratos. Yeah. But if that does happen, you know, you only have yourself to blame for it. Oh, there it is.
Grab it.
Where do you see the lockpick? I see a bag that... Anything for some common interest.
Here you go.
They casted the guy, the voice actor for Kratos in Dad of War because the kid who plays Boy liked the guy. Yeah, I would imagine that's important. Did they do... Excuse me. Did they do any kind of like in-person? Probably, right? Dad of Boy is such a great game. How much health does this guy have? Come on. There we go.
And if I do this sabotage, all their patents, all of them is fake. Now, why does the Prophet want these two killed? For the same reason Lady Comstock was
Pink.
married. Child. And why does he want me to do it? Because only you can make it seem an accident.
I don't think that's the real Lady Comstock. I think she's...
They had them hang out together
I think she's a
and
combination
get a feel
of
for
herself
father-son energy.
and my feelings towards her.
What do you
Interesting.
mean?
I'm just so angry. At her and at my father. I think she's her, but she's also partly me. I'm not even sure I understand it myself.
Cora, what are you barking at down there? Oh, KP was on TikTok earlier and was not planning on going that way, but I guess that is the right way to go. KP was on TikTok earlier and scrolled across a channel that is mostly just a bunch of huskies screaming, which I didn't realize they did. Like, just screaming, not howling, but like, kind of screaming. Just dudes doing dude things.
Here you go! I found ammo!
Oh. We gotta kill the ghost again. Alright, I'm about to have to go get Cora. Ah, spooky ghost ectoplasm. Come here, ghosty. Bam. 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 Oh, geez. Oh, oh.
Perfect time.
Ah! Thank you.
Much obliged.
Thank goodness. Woo! Oh. Oh my goodness. Took a blacklight to a hotel, and let's just say that there was a lot of ectoplasm. Ooh. Ew. Yeah, that's why we don't do that. Bioshock Infinite does have one of the better escort missions. It mostly seemed like an escort mission, now that you mention it. Except Elizabeth giving me, like, ammo and health and stuff is super convenient. Always bring a sleeping bag? Yup. Bring a sleeping bag and your own pillow. Elizabeth is escorting me. GTA really dropped the ball on the escort missions. Where am I supposed to go? Is it down there? Resident Evil 4 had a solid escort mission. Back here? Back here. Perfect. I will say that the, hey, idiot, this is where you're supposed to go button is pretty good. Oh, sarcasm. I swear, it's every time I start streaming, my phone just starts blowing up. Texts and emails and... Come on, man. Makes me think of the old Rooster Teeth clip. What was it, the Dead Rising 2? You, girl. Trash can now. Yeah. The only way to really do it properly is just to tell the daughter of the president of the US to get in the dumpster so she can't get attacked. Yup. Yup. Sounds about right.
proof would you have that Mr. Fink would hurt the Lutesses?
The Lutesses told me.
The Lutesses? When?
Yesterday. Yesterday morning.
Rupert! They've been dead these 7 days.
Lockpicking supposed to work?
Keep a lookout, she says. I immediately walked away. Supposed to be going the other way? Yep, perfect. Take some angry stompers.
In front of all the men, the sergeant looked at me and said, "Your family tree shelters a teepee or two, doesn't it, son?" This lie, this calumny had followed me all my life. From that day, no man truly called me comrade. It was only when I burnt the teepees with the squaws inside did they take me as one of their own. Only blood can redeem blood.
Don't you love how getting stuck in a time sandwich makes you be able to talk to the living, or is that just me? It's like a multiverse sandwich almost. Not really a time sandwich. Oh, is this not the tear? Where the heck is it? Oh, there's more footprints. Time travel is real travel. Okay, down here. How far away are we going? Hello, gentlemen. Oh, there's more of them. Okay, hello. If this was made in 2021, they'd need to censor the footprints. And again, they couldn't really make this in 2021. Yeah, no, this... Yeah. I totally agree with that. I mean, they could. They would get a lot of... a lot of backlash for it, I think. Which, I mean, it as far as I can tell, it's a commentary. So,
Catch, Mr. DeWitt.
the pixel blur or the footstep on the footsteps, yeah.
Elizabeth?
I can do that.
Why'd she say it like that?
Here we go.
Can you get this open?
I'll give it a whirl. It's done.
It is a commentary, but a lot of people would still get mad just cause. Yeah. I feel like a lot of people would get mad and a lot of people would take it too seriously.
This looks important.
Is there anything else in here? Just the gear? Alright, we're moving on. Oh! Laboratory Lutece. She just sat down. Much as I wish they could have made the original vision, the game is really well done and approaches the subjects with both intensity and respect.
Comstock seems seems to have been made sterile by simple exposure to our contraption. A theory. Just as sexual reproduction can de-emphasize the traits of each parent, so goes the effect of multiple realities on our own. Your traits dissipate until they become unrecognizable or cease to exist.
So wait, does that mean Booker is sterile now? We've been just going through hairs left and right.
Your dear prophet is non-existent.
And Madame Lutece.
Furthermore, the man is quite sterile. It's a lie. Come here, you little bastard! I want you out of my house!
Sterile.
They were my parents.
Then what were you to them?
A child that...
Sterility is a state of mind.
I don't understand. Why would the twins send us to find three truths? Were the tears somehow related? Through a kind of quantum field? Or were they...
Elizabeth. I wanted you to understand her.
Who? You mean... Oh. Huh. All right, come on.
Alright, we maxed out health.
Perfect.
We done it. Ooh, voxophone.
Comstock has sabotaged our contraption. Yet, we are not dead.
We just need to get in the fertile grind
We are
set.
scattered amongst the possibility space.
He's 2 beta and alpha.
My brother
Needs
and
more
I are
stigma.
together,
Oh
and so I'm
no.
content. He is not. The business with the girl lies unresolved. But perhaps there is one who can finish it in our stead.
Me, that's me they're talking about. I can finish their business.
He killed Lady Comstock. Tessa's.
And anyone who knew the truth was better dead than alive.
I'm not even his daughter. I'm just some...
He's a classic Kai male. Kais are always sterile.
Listen, you've been through. Ain't nobody in the world deserves that.
Booker.
We are getting out of here. You got it? And you're never gonna have to.
Tessa's not my mother. He killed you both. I know you hate me for not being your
Imagine
mother.
killing a bunch of people because you can't nut.
For not being my mother. I'm looking for more.
Ooh, ammo. Thank you. He has great timing. Alright. Oh, a hand cannon? Might be useful. Okay. One more, there we go. got close.
An apology. Comstock used me to bring you back, but I brought back a version of you from the reality that I had built up in my own head. He pretended to love you, like he pretended to.
Really need to replace my Ethernet end. The locking pin is broke, so I keep losing internet. Some hot glue? Yeah, I guess so.
My days of victimhood are done. We must.
I feel like the locking pin on most of my Ethernet cables is broken.
Far worse than you.
Killed me.
Guess you wouldn't keep his secret about me.
If that's so, then why am I alive?
Not in this world. Maybe this is you in another world where you never meet.
Elizabeth is the prophet? No.
Why would I say
No,
that?
Comstock is the prophet, Booker is the false prophet,
Is that possible?
and Elizabeth is the lamb.
Find out.
Except this is the part where we find out that Elizabeth isn't related to Comstock or Lady Comstock.
Thank you.
But who she is related to... Where she came from? Who knows? That's
Put that away.
hideous. Excuse me? Yo, Songbird. That sounded like it hurt.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
Why are you screaming? Why are you shouting at me?
Ask the girl. And wipe away the debt.
Man, that was really close to my head.
Stop it! Stop it! Don't hurt him! I'm sorry. I never should have left. I never should have left. Take me back. Take me home. Please.
Whoa.
Elizabeth! I gotta catch up to her.
Is this not the way I'm supposed to go? Oh, I see. There's a... Oh, okay. You really can't make up her mind? Yeah. I think that was more to...
Come after me if you want. I'm not letting you take her, you hear me? Ah, you feathered piece of shit! I'm not going to...
I think it was more to save Booker.
Snow. It's July.
Lost to a bird. I
Can you
mean,
hear me?
Get your hands off
he got the
of
jump
me.
on me. The bridge is reminding me of Infamous way too much. That's a great game as well.
Take me back to my tower.
Great series.
Please.
Is that...
Some men dream
Snow? No, that's asbestos.
My father dreamt of a flood of fire. We were given
Interesting. What?
and we turned it into Sodom. Why do we deserve salvation? The Lord gave Noah a fish in the form of a flood, but he was not so
What
easy on
universe
me.
did we just
He said prophetess.
transport to? Infamous 100% speedrun when? Ooh, god golly, that sounds like it's gonna be intense. Might have to replay that game soon. That sounds like it would be fun. Oh, hello. Oh geez, I shouldn't have done that. Might have to replay that game soon. This reminds me of The Darkness too. Maybe when I move out, I'll stream me playing PS3 era games like that. Ooh, that's a neat thought. I could eventually move on to consoles.
I gotta find a way in.
I do have that graphic or the capture card now.
I just want to see the girl.
Right here. This tiny little
Doesn't
apparently
matter. Just gotta
records
get to the
in
warden's office.
or it transmits in 4K, which
Please.
is ridiculous.
What is this place? Just take me back to my tower.
It's too late for that now, child. Your father gave you a lovely home, and you chose to destroy it.
He's not my father.
Really should start streaming some boot sector games.
Leash. Yes, my father put it on me. But when the time came, neither did I remove it myself. What would happen if I took off the leash? And I found I was as obedient as ever.
So I got some. I've had them for a little bit. I bought myself some new acoustic panels for my office, and I haven't figured out whereabouts to put them yet.
Like my father, I could see all that would be, might be, and must
I was thinking.
not be.
Acoustics. Oh no. Okay. Ooh. Yeah, I'm not quite sure where I'm supposed to put them. I thought about putting them on the wall behind my setup here, behind my monitor. I've thought about putting them on the wall back there. I am planning to. I still have a poster. We marked it off. We got to slice it up a little bit. It didn't get printed the right shape. I don't know. I don't know where the best spot for it would be. You can see all the will. What? Yes, what are you on about? You can see all the will, is, and might not. Oh, will, is, and might not. Got it. Just a standard scam artist. All that will be is and will. Yeah. I got you now. I got it now. It took me a second. I type with the Oxford comma, so that's what was throwing me.
Our minds are born festering with sin. Some
All right,
are
which
so blighted,
Elizabeth is this?
they will never find redemption. The mind must be pulled up.
I had a thermal
from the roots.
throttle in my brain.
My children
I
are
find
without
myself
blame,
struggling
without
with
and
speaking.
for what is
Just
the
let
value
me
of
go.
I'm going to heal you.
I'm not sick.
Your spirit is. All I ever wanted is to see you live up to your potential.
They totally gave her a lobotomy. Yeah.
I'm Dr. Pettifog, Elizabeth, and I'll be taking care of you.
Get away from me.
Defiant, even after all this time. DeWitt just left you here. You need to give up on your love.
He will come.
The specimen needs to be destroyed. We couldn't even hold her in that tower, and now the Prophet...
Sir, the lamb? His heir?
If we modify the procedure, we could... It would be safer for everyone. It would seem an accident.
Ooh. Uh-oh. Lobotomy for lunch.
I'll kill you.
I'll kill you. I could have voice acted this game. Not too late, Irrational. You can still hire me.
I'll cut your heart out.
You're not eating, love. There's something
I wasn't
wrong.
expecting your rifle to shoot that fast. You just gotta mash the button, man.
If you hold out for DeWitt, you'll just starve to death.
Corrupt the child, kill them all.
In return, Eve and her act, Sodom and Gomorrah. Humanity wrote a bad check, and the blood was the only way to settle accounts. For what is Columbia, if not a different arc?
The child is
Hair triggers are fun.
this time.
Prophet, even if we cure her, why do you think she'll do what you ask?
Especially without recoil. Yeah, there's very little recoil on this guy. Miss character is just bump firing. I got 2 paddles on the back of my controller.
Your surgery is tomorrow, you know. You better eat. Oh, you still expect DeWitt to burst in and rescue you, don't you? It's been 6 months.
6 months.
Got those Lambo shocks instead of a stock. Ooh. Steam controller. Does the Steam controller have paddles on it? I think so. I'm thinking like a aftermarket 360 controller. Does anyone swear by the Steam controller? It's such a whack-ass design. Well, I've always wondered if anyone liked
He
it.
is the one who'll have
I don't
to
know.
pay down all of our accounts, won't he? Where does his guild start?
I've never seen anybody use it. That's not true. I think Hopper used it. I think Hopper used it when we lived together. I don't swear by it, but I adapted well to it. 2 laptop touchpads and buttons. Yeah, it's not ideal. It's a weird concept.
A man once promised me that he would free me of my
Depends on the
chains.
game, but the guy who said it was kind of mid.
He abandoned
Oh.
me to serve
I
his
held one once, but the guy who had it was kind of mid.
But in some ways,
What?
I thank him.
What do you...
He showed me exactly how much faith our species deserves. God put his faith in men once too.
Bioshock 4 is a better controller if you have to use a controller with a touchpad.
Disappointment.
Well, yeah, I guess so.
I did not always love it.
What is this? Oh. Oh.
In truth, I ran from his embrace. I even denied that I
I'll die on the hill that the touchpad on the DS4/5
found a man
is sick if the games use it.
to be everything my father was not.
Gotta figure out the right way to use it. I guess I haven't played the right games to use.
And when the wound
Oh, none of them do?
he was nowhere to be found.
There's gotta be some, right? Infamous Second Son used it when you were, like, opening cages and stuff. On Windows, you can bind it using DS4 for Windows. Yeah, I'm sure you can bind it, I'm not sure how useful it would be. Give me just 1 second, I'm getting a phone call. I'll go to a brief intermission and run an ad. 1 moment, please. And we're back. I see chats talking about food, burgers, only hams, Cajun food menu. I actually made my breakfast this week is vegetarian huevos rancheros. And I was an idiot and I was not wearing gloves when I sliced up all of the peppers. And I totally regret that because my thumb and my index finger still burn. Like, it's not as bad, but if I press on it, it just feels like there's like pepper juice inside my hand.
There's the switch.
What I've done.
And it's super uncomfortable. Excuse me. Dip hand in fat-filled milk tier beverage.
What I have put in motion. But perhaps I can keep it from ever starting.
It is good. It turned out really well. I used some
Be able to head downstairs and get to
Impossible
Elizabeth now.
chorizo. Impossible doesn't make chorizo, but Scheiße. Oat beverage? Yeah, it would have to be oat beverage. That's what I got. Oh. They shoot themselves at the end of their possession, don't they? That's a thing that happens.
I am here to finish my Father's work. As he baptized me with water, I shall baptize the sorrows with
Deaded. Death.
there will be no till the fire floods the city and covers the flame.
Once this world has been born again, a million others wait their turn.
Undone from reality. Removed. Unlifed.
But sometimes the mind gets in the
Their
way.
real estate has been sold. They bought the farm.
Yield. And you must expose the mind to every version of
I've read Starship Troopers, and it took me a long time to figure out what bought a farm.
to a blank.
Because I hadn't heard it before that book. Whoops. Their atoms redistributed. Do I go back down? Go back down.
Tomorrow the leash comes off, because all of this has to end. But even if I destroy the siphon, will I be strong enough to see all the doors and open whichever I choose? And if I bring him here, who is to say that he would be any match for the monsters I have created?
Elizabeth, hold tight! What?
Their fungal food.
There. What is it?
Why do you ask what?
When the delicious question is when.
Lives, lived, will live.
Dies, died, will die.
Alright, weirdos.
As you can see, Booker, the lunatics are running the asylum. They don't even listen to me anymore. All I can do is watch as what I set into motion slides into its terminal stage. It took all I had left in me just to bring you here.
Elizabeth, I don't understand. I heard you screaming. I was coming to get you. Are we...
Here. Take my hand.
Oh, she old.
The seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in flame.
New
the
for
mountains of
1984.
men. Say what you will about Comstock. He was a hell of a fortune teller. Wasn't the torture that broke me. Wasn't the indoctrination. It was time.
It's 1983.
Time rots everything, Booker. Even hope.
I was coming.
Songbird. He always stops you.
Yes, but I would find a way.
No. It's too late for me. I brought you here for your sake. Yours and hers. Here.
What does the card say?
What is this?
It's for her. She'll know how to read it.
What does it say?
It's advice.
Advice on what?
How not to become me.
Goodbye.
I'm back. In 1912. Before she... There's still time.
Elizabeth!
You two men upstairs. If she gets ornery, just hit her with the...
Comstock! What are you doing to her? Let her be!
How do I get in there?
What's the expression? Day late and the dollar short.
I gotta get in there. Maybe if I shut down those machines from upstairs.
Got it.
She is not your daughter!
But trust me when I tell you she will be.
Oh, I'm up to 80. We need 150 kills with this. Oh. Shoot.
Cover me! Show some spine, milksop!
What kind of insult is that? What? Milksop? Is that what he called me? $1912 insult skull. Oh, excuse me. There we go. Ooh. She's still in there. Good. Excuse me, sir. You shouldn't be alive. Oh, shoot. Oh, bummer.
No point hiding. Brimming with black bile and ugliness inside.
His problem.
Come back!
Man. Vile, yummy.
I got you. It's okay. Okay, I'm gonna fix this. You ready?
Just do it.
Here.
Yikes. That's ugly.
Help me with this.
I think someone meant for you to have this.
What is it?
Just read it.
Your dream of New York happens. It's me.
Hardcore Spinal Tap.
I'm the one who...
She's given us a way to get past Songbird. We're gonna find an airship and we'll leave
Booker.
Paris, Elizabeth. Remember, you wanted to go
We're
to...
not leaving. We are going to find Comstock.
Why?
You saw what he turns me into. I will not allow that.
And so what, you're going to kill him?
Is this where you start moralizing, Booker? You forget. I know you.
I'm not going to let you kill him.
Really? Booker? What are you going to do to stop me?
Not a damn thing. Because I'm gonna do it for you.
Damn. He like full-on anime pro tag discovered her true power.
Now to find the prophet.
Comstock's Zeppelin is outside. The hand of the prophet, he calls it.
When did you learn that?
I've been here for a while.
How long?
Long enough.
The other way.
I hope Comstock got what he wanted from me. Because he is not going to have long to use it.
It's locked.
Child's play.
Such a weird tone shift. Ooh! Yo.
Feel better already.
Lobotomy, my
The
dude.
procedure should help immensely with the issues we
Yeah.
had with the girl. Once the device is implanted, any effort on our part
Child's
to
play.
alter the state of things will emit a most painful electric shock.
There.
Pavlov made a dog salivate. We'll make this one weep.
We keep going.
This doesn't make any sense.
I think we're missing a whole bunch of infusions.
Everything here is a cipher that I understand except for this symbol. It's a cage. Did she say anything about this?
No.
%100% speedrun when? Dude. Speedrun is... No, I don't know if that's a word I would use to describe my playthroughs of games.
Look! It's the hand of the prophet. Comstock's flagship. We've got to find a way on board.
Stay here. I'll handle this.
We're doing this together, or I'm doing it alone. Either way,
He's
I
a
need
fan
to
of
know
Smashing
if it's
Pumpkins.
done.
DeWitt, you struggle against prophecy like a stone loosed from a sling. How thrilling to launch, how breathtaking the apex, and how terrifying the descent as gravity drags you down into the inevitable.
Ready.
Alright, and we're outside. Search. 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 Search.
What's that sound?
Look! Take cover!
Go ahead.
There you go! They must be duds.
Vengeance is mine, saith the prophet.
Look around you, Elizabeth. I built all of this for you. You are my heir and my blood. And what has DeWitt ever done for you? To him, you are now what you always were. A means to an end.
Oh my goodness. Hey, what happened to the one I possessed?
Mercy belongs to the Lord.
There, that one.
All right.
Rejoice, for death has no sting.
Here.
Great.
You bet.
Rocket automaton? Heck yeah, man. Right, we killed the automaton.
Sure thing.
The mosquito. And destroying the Patriots should really count as multiple kills.
There he is.
Rejoice.
Go ahead.
You bet.
Has no sting. My eye is the prophet's.
Still looking. Take it.
Perfect timing. Shoot. Cover.
All right. Okay. I'm told by Kevin. Kevin won't let me have my hoodie back. He's just laying on it. What a selfish jerk. Your gunfire? Oh.
Stop right there.
Booker, look.
I'll cut your heart out.
Okay. That's the way I'm supposed to go. This is secret.
Can you open this, Elizabeth?
Looks easy enough. All done.
All right, so I have a question. Oh no. Oh. 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 Oh, please. Oh no. Wait. Yep, I sure am. Ah! I did it. Oh man. Yes, I was stuck. I was very stuck. Question. All right. So the trash can
Sure thing.
that you put all of your
There.
inside garbage into, that you put by the side of the road for the trash truck to pick up. What do you call that? What do you guys call that? I had this discussion with KP the other day. She and I do not call it the same thing.
This ship is set to return to the hand of the Prophet. I am awaiting your order to proceed. Right you are. We depart to the hand of the Prophet.
I just call it the outside trash can or a bin.
Impossible to redeem the kind of things that we've done.
Redeem? I don't see much use in that.
Okay. Are you afraid of God?
No. But I'm afraid of you.
Ooh. The $300 tote brand garbage can sold at Ace Hardware. Okay.
Ammo, Booker! Over there! It's Comstock's men. They're coming out to meet us.
Crush you like a bug.
Reverse delivery box. I've heard some people say wrong things like calling it a toter. All right, you listen here.
Much obliged.
Another gunship on the left.
You ever heard of a rubber policeman? No. Oh.
Sorry, that's all I've got. It's the box. They're coming to attack the clutch. Oh my God!
Tear your head off.
The rubber scraper slash spatula.
Look out!
It is a toter, by the way. It's called a trash toter. He calls it a trash can with wheels.
Great.
Oh. Ah. Y'all talking about wheelie bins? There goes my carbine. Ow! I only ever heard a leaf call it. What are you on about? What is a leaf?
Keep your eyes open.
Y'all talking about skating cans? Canadian. You've only ever heard a Canadian call it totem. Oh! That's convenient. Just gotta come up here. Excuse me, sir.
Still looking.
Tote is a brand name. Street Cleaning Crusader Mini. It's not derogatory, I swear. I believe you.
There he is. We need to land below and fight our way up to him.
Or we can just fly this thing
Doubt.
to Paris.
Just drop me off if you want to. This isn't your problem, Booker.
I won't abandon you.
Oh man.
You wouldn't.
I heard it from
Would
Canadians
you?
first.
lines
The
all
first
over
time-
the surface of the flagship. They're covered with motorized Patriot pods.
Well, that must be where they're deployed.
Genuinely call them wheelie bins, though.
Those lines while those pods are in place.
You know,
Comstock is at the top of the ship.
I had never heard the phrase slide deck until I talked to one of my Canadian friends. Like, what a slide? What do you mean a slide deck? What is that? He was like a deck of slides, like presentation slides. And I was like, oh, a PowerPoint.
Much obliged.
I mean, slide deck makes sense now that I know what it is.
Keep my eyes open for more.
This what you wanted? Tighten the noose.
Tighten the noose. All right, 50 more kills. It makes sense since you'd have a deck of slides back when presentations used slide projectors. Yes, it does. That makes a lot of sense. Ah, there you are. Slideshow, that works too. I think that's more akin to young people not knowing why we hang up phones than regional dialects. Yeah. Yeah, that's fair.
The seeds of fire that will prepare the Sodom for all.
Or why it's called rolling up the window.
But it will not be I who carries that banner.
No. Sure thing.
You mean cutting the line?
That job falls to you, Elizabeth. That job falls to you.
To you.
The skyline is clear, Booker.
Yeah.
There's no way up from here.
Looks like the only way we're reaching Comstock is over the skylines.
Yeah, I'm working on it.
That one now.
Sody pop? I don't know if that's a. Well, I saw Real Talk and. Oh, 110. Getting close. I've probably said I'm dialing into the internet before. Fair enough.
All right.
They tack a lot.
Follow me.
On one side of our land stands the false shepherd, and the other, the remnants of the heretical Vox Populus.
Oh.
Which one of you men will not gladly go to his reward to see her safely to her destiny? Rejoice! Rejoice!
Yeah, the skyline.
Death has no sting!
He's got a flak cannon.
What?
Something's wrong.
Why are they dropping so slowly?
I don't know. I have to wait it out.
Ugh.
Quarter of the pods ejected.
That's all. There.
You bet.
I still say A lot. You know, some things never change.
One half done.
Is it dependent on how many of these that I defeat? I use Yi a lot. Well, that's a different circumstance, I think. Woo! Like, oh, 18 bullets. Okay, that's much better.
Sure is taking his time.
Woo! Oh my! Oh, can't lockpick that. Oh. But you Southerners have bullied me into saying soda like a fucking aristocrat. Soda? What did you call it? Did you call it pop? Called it pop. You go far enough, everything's Coke. Yeah, bubbly McSudley wasn't a good term. Cola? Or ale?
Help me out with this lock.
Let me have a look.
I don't know about ale. Ale, I feel like, is specific to beer. Is that what the Brits call it? Ale? A glass of ale? I mean, maybe if it's like ginger ale. If a whole bag? It's a lot of ginger ale. Bubbly McSudley.
Okay.
That sounds like something I would use to shower with. That sounds like the name of a really bad soap. Or a really good soap.
Our contraption
There's no in
shows us
between.
the girl is the flame that shall ignite the world.
Ew.
My brother says we must undo what we have done. Time is more an
Papa
ocean
Sudley.
than a river. Why try to bring in
Queen's
a tide
bubbly
that will
wubbly
only
pop
rain go
drinks.
out?
Elizabeth?
We mostly drank ginger ale and Solo, the absolute best orange soda ever made. Ooh, I'm gonna have to go to the bathroom here in a second. Moxie in Maine. Oh, thanks, Alpaca. All right, we'll do that. That's what we'll do. Pause. We Ohioans have ski, which slaps. Drink up. Drink up. That's it. It's empty. I'm going to the bathroom. I'll be right back. And I'm back. He can't hold the bladder for 72 hours. Rookie hydrator. Imagine pissing. Not me, though. I just reabsorbed the liquids. Ugh. Once a friend of mine drank 2 cans of ski and wiped out on my couch. I don't know what happened to him. It's not like he's there. It's not like there's anything bad in there. People literally get drunk off ginger ale because of the placebo of having ale in the name. That's interesting. I like the spicy kind. Well then, my friend, you might like ginger beer. I drank some really spicy ginger beer the other day. You guys get the chance, buy Sprecker's Puma Cola. It's like spicy cola and it slaps. Posted a pic of Solo. Why does it look like that? Why does it look like that? Alright, was there anything else in here? I think I figured out the easiest way to summon a hydration check, which, by the way, if you haven't already, y'all need to hydrate from that last check. But it seems the easiest way to summon a hydration check is just to say that I have to use the bathroom. Because it is a glass bottle and locally produced and recyclable for financial return. It's legit. Drinking coffee. Chaos redeemed a hydration check and posture check. So everybody sit up straight and drink some water.
I may be the one who strikes you down to win.
He said the words.
But you've always had a knack for self-destruction. Who's to say you won't beat me to the punch?
Breckers has a root beer energy drink. Interesting. I feel like I would try it once. You know?
One more deck. Let me take care of this on my own.
No, I'm going with you.
Norwegian ginger ale is very different from Americano ginger.
Comstock is one.
Is it more like ginger beer?
Done.
It tastes like it isn't just the spice. It isn't just spiced. HFCS. Am I stupid? High fructose corn syrup. Got it. Oh.
That'll do.
They don't say the caffeine content of the root beer. What gives? Root beer, I feel like, is typically not caffeinated. Oh, it's literally called caffeinated root beer? Well then, yeah, that sucks. Excuse me. Ouch.
We can take that skyline to the Prophet's cabin. Catch, Booker.
Thanks.
You
Fructose corn syrup is in everything in America because of the sweet corn subsidies. Yeah. Dude's literally throwing people at me. Excuse me, sir.
Here you go. That'll do.
Catch booger. Speaking of American cash crop, French fries are so good. I feel like there are good French fries. My brother took a trip. His girlfriend, and their dog took a trip cross country to go. Whoa! To go to a whole bunch of national parks and stuff. And he would text me from whatever restaurant they were at and give me a rating of their French fries. French fries with mayo. Heck yes, brother. I'm right there with you. I get made fun of for it. But sometimes.
Ammo! Take it!
Malt vinegar on fries? I can't say I've tried that. I need to. I'm mixing mayo and sour cream now. Alright, I hear Cora downstairs freaking the heck out, and I don't know why. Mayo is literally the best condiment. It's just egg sauce. Mayo is bad all the time, always. See, like, mayo is one of those things, like, you either love it or you hate it, and there's no middle ground.
You've come to wipe your slate clean, false ship.
I'm sure there's someone that's like, oh, I just like mayo. I don't love it, and they're liars.
Some sins can't be forgiven.
Egg sauce is good, but I won't put a glob in my mouth. Not gonna lie, almost every sauce is just mayo with stuff in it. It's because mayo is such an easy, quick emulsion.
This is my tower. What's this? A siphon.
I saw this there. I could hear you singing from above. And the machine came to life in response.
And then in my mother's grave, there was a smaller one. They were draining me. Maybe that's why I
Easy?
can't
Well,
anymore.
okay.
When I was little, I
All
used
right.
to be able not just to open tears, but I could create new ones. To anywhere I wanted to go. But in the tower...
You get what I mean. It is so easy to break the emulsion. I mean... But if you're thinking like with aioli, right? A lot of people use mayonnaise as the base for aioli because it's already emulsified, as opposed to trying to emulsify the garlic and the oil together. Do you know how to make mayo? You drive to Kroger and buy some mayo. Brand name mayo. Oh, brand name mayo only. I do know how to make mayo. You stream oil into the mayo. Yeah, you just...
Stand back.
Step 1, buy mayo. Step 2, make mayo.
Booker, no. This is between me and him.
You are walking into a trap.
I need to do this.
Come here, child. Oh, come on, I don't bite. My, oh my, how you have grown.
Tell me.
Hellman's or Dukes?
What am I?
Sir Kensington actually makes a good mayo.
Look at you, child. You're a mess.
Let go of her.
Elizabeth, everything I've done to keep you safe.
Safe from what?
Seed of the prophet shall sit the throne and drown in
He does have a pretty
mountains
sweet
of
beard.
man. But the archangel revealed something else. Beware, prophet. Beware the false shepherd Booker DeWitt, for he shall be as a wall between her and destiny.
Why?
Best
DeWitt,
mayo
I'm a
QB
fool.
from Japan or Mills
I've
mayo
sent
from Norway.
mighty armies to stop you. I've rained fire on you from above. I did all of that to keep you from her when all I needed was to tell her the truth. Ask him, child. Ask him what happened to your finger. Ask DeWitt.
Let go of me.
Ask him. Ask the false shepherd. Tell her. Tell her, false shepherd. Tell her the truth.
My hand.
Tell her. Tell her
Please
about
let
her
go.
finger.
She's your daughter, you son of a bitch! And you abandoned her! Was it worth it? Huh? Did you get what you wanted?
Booker.
Tell me!
Booker.
Tell me!
It is finished.
Nothing is finished!
Booker.
You locked her up for her whole life!
Booker.
You cut off her finger, and you put it on me!
Yeah,
Booker,
this
stop
is
You killed him. What did he mean? Huh? You tell me, what did he mean about my finger?
I don't know. Yeah, I just assumed you were born with it. I don't know.
yeah, you'd be like,
Your nose. It's bleeding.
What? Elizabeth, I swear to you, I have no idea what he was talking about.
You too. You just can't remember it.
No. I'll prove it to you.
right?
We'll destroy the siphon. The answer's behind one of your doors. You just have to open it.
Destroy the siphon? It's the entire tower, Booker. How are we gonna do that?
I don't know, but I'll think of something on the way. Think you can pick this?
Oh, Cora. Oh, Cora. Oh, it is about time for KP to be coming home, so I guess it makes sense that she's freaking out.
Cage. Cage, what is that?
Now what?
What is she trying to tell us? Cage. Cage, I'm missing something.
Yup, and there we go. I will be right back. Just a moment. Until KP comes back. Oh, we'll do this. We'll do Puppy Cam. They got into... Oh, thank you. They got into something downstairs. I don't know what. There's some fluff, some filling from something. I think it's one of the dog beds. But it's just all over. All over the place. Say hello. Say hello, you have fans. Say hello. Oh, They both just burped at me. Thank you. How's Sir Poopy Bottom? He's as poopy as ever. What? You jumped down. Oh. He can be very well behaved. I came downstairs. I went downstairs earlier today, and he had nestled up in all of the couch cushions. I'm guessing the treats didn't work. I mean, so we have we've been using this like fiber supplement basically in his food, and it has been working pretty well, and we're actually switching their food over right now. Cora, we don't think Cora liked the food we had them on, but it could also be compounded by her not being hungry. Like, she just eats when she's hungry as opposed to eating when there's food in front of her. So we're switching their food over right now. Come here. Oh, sounds like somebody's home. It sounds like somebody's home. Scotty was the same way. He would graze, but would eat when we sat down for dinner. We've stopped letting them graze, and we're feeding them breakfast and dinner. Breakfast when...
What happened downstairs?
I don't know. I just mentioned it. I know there was fluff everywhere. I think it might have come from that bed that I just pulled out of the...
Well, I checked it. I
kennel.
flipped it over and stuff.
I think it's from the inside. It's from the seams on the inside of the... Yeah.
Okay. I was like, I don't remember us having it. That one bunny thing, and that thing is...
Oh, yeah. But that was straw. That was straw filled.
Exactly, but that's what I mean. That was the only...
I have no idea. They shredded something. I don't know what it is. You might want to like flip the bed inside out and see if any of the seams are ripped out. I was doing puppy cam.
Ouch, Cora.
I was doing puppy cam, and then Cora jumped out of my lap and started pawing at me and told me to pick her up. All right. Yeah. I see it. Alrighty, let's finish this sucker up. Do it. Clever.
It's okay. I'm here. Will you help me? I need you to protect me. Will you do it?
Green means friend.
Just this one last thing.
We made friend. We made a friend. He's a big mechanical bird man, but he's our friend.
Booker, he'll help us. We can use him against the Vox fleet. Give me a second.
Oh. You now command Songbird to attack enemy threats. Aim at any highlighted target and press F to start the attack. Larger targets will
Or
cause...
tell Songbird where to go.
Hit that gunship!
Shouldn't she be the one telling him where to go? She has the flute.
Over there! The box!
We need this thing to make it to Monument Island.
Booker! Gunships!
Get ready! Go ahead.
Oh. Songbird! Okay. Got it.
Do it.
Hey!
Lead him this way!
Okay. It's just coke-fueled Bioshock 1. Is it? Rather than meth-fueled? Got it. Alright. Oh, I see the timer up there. Okay, cool.
There's more of them! Haven't found anything yet.
Come on, let me up here, let me up here.
Songbird is ready.
Take out the
There we go. I still don't have... Still don't have any, machine gun ammo.
Zeppelin!
We didn't see the Zeppelins before? Oh! Oh!
Clear the deck.
Patriot, kill it!
Can't find anything. Booker, he's ready.
How long do I have to hold F?
Haven't found anything yet. Here, ammo. Songbird's ready.
Over here.
I've made mashed potatoes in sleeves. What does that mean?
Tell me where to send him.
Send him there.
Yeah, what are the sleeves? What it... Not sure what that means. Oh, thank you, finally. Right here. Am I not doing this right? Don't forget the Zeppelins. Ah. Okay. Sleeves are more potato. They're fries with a lot of creaminess. There are so many motorized Patriots. Good.
There, the Zeppelin.
I've got medicine. That's all I've got.
Oh, shoot.
Get up.
Eating them with fish cakes and bootleg cucumber marinara. What is cucumber marinara? Come on, Songbird.
Catch, Booker.
Appreciate it.
Patriot, Booker.
Yes, I'm aware. There we go. Dang it. Man, that's hard.
Still looking. Rockets, be careful. Booker, tell him where to go.
Bring down that gunship.
Here.
World at War on Veteran.
Booker, gunships.
Get ready.
Not sure how it feels, huh? It's mostly cucumber, has no onions or garlic, and Def's doesn't have oregano. And I think I got it. I forgot basil.
Much obliged.
See what else I can find.
Oh, come on. There's also soy sauce in it. Okay.
Gunship now.
It's like allspice, ginger, and nutmeg. That's...
There's more of them.
Hey, come back here. Oh, eating a can of beans. Heck yeah, man.
He's ready.
Over there.
Paprika for color, paprika parkour.
You'll pay what you like.
Will I now? There's no checkpoint in this section. Bean stream?
Zeppelin!
KP was telling me I need to do some cooking videos on the YouTube channel.
I can call Songbird and Booker.
Hit that Zeppelin.
Yeah, you need to survive. Oh, that's pooey. I'll send you some hell recipes. Hella good. Got it. All right, Songbird's halfway up. Promise no bovine. Elizabeth. Yeah, Elizabeth made me pay her.
Take it.
Thanks.
Catch.
All right, Songbird, it's time.
Booker, Songbird's ready.
Columbia is America Deluxe, therefore everything costs like $10,000 a dose. You say that like it doesn't already.
The Zeppelin. Bring it down.
Almost to 150. Yup. Almost. I'm completely out of ammo right now. Posture check. What? Oh, okay. Cool, I guess.
Breathe.
Come on.
Go for the Zeppelin!
Hindenburg colorized 4K upscale. Not quite 4K upscale.
You bet. Take this.
Much obliged.
Oh,
That didn't work out so bad.
oh, God, did it. 4K upscale any percent? Not with this bitrate. What? I thought my bitrate was fine. Do the Titanic thing. GG no re.
Booker, come here.
What? What is it?
Look, you can use the songbird to bring the whole damn thing down. Destroy the siphon.
And that's what you want?
It's the only way
The
we'll
bits are
find the
crushed by them
truth.
particles. I'm the king of the
My
world.
finger, Comstock, everything.
Tear it down. Tear it all down.
Oh, songbird. Ooh, that was a big boy explosion.
The Whistler! Elizabeth! The bird, Elizabeth! I
How
lost
many little
control.
sisters
He's
did I
coming.
save?
No, he isn't.
All of them. Well, I guess
Where is
only
he?
the one.
Where is he?
Oh.
It's all right. I'm here. Just let go.
Songbird.
There you go.
Yeah, man.
Elizabeth. I'm sorry.
Bet you didn't expect this. Songbird.
What is this place? Elizabeth?
It's a doorway. One of many. This way.
What do you mean it's a doorway? Where are you going?
Oh, come on. Yes, it's this way.
What Comstock said about your finger. Is there an answer here? Do you...
Down here.
Now, where's my wrench? Not even pre-New Year's rapture. All bathysphere travel is now
This is where we
denied.
have to go.
Why? What is going on?
Oh,
Elizabeth,
divided
what do
chamber.
you mean this is a doorway?
Ryan doesn't own
Show
us.
you.
Probably gonna regret this.
Yeah, probably.
City at the bottom of the ocean. Ridiculous.
And a city in the sky was any better? Come on, Booker. Come on, man. Would you kindly? Would you kindly? Yep.
Look at that. Thousands
Ocean
of
is more
doors
feasible.
opening all at once. My God, they're beautiful.
What, the stars?
Come on. Come on, it's this way. Come on.
My internet cut out. I missed like the whole ending. No, not yet.
Are you going to open it?
It's no good. Damn it. I thought once we were here, I could fully control
glue.
it. I thought...
What is that?
It's a key.
Where did it come from?
It's
Elizabeth got high on plasmids when you weren't looking.
I just couldn't
Well, I
see
missed what
it.
happened to the bird. So we commanded the bird to fly into the tower, and it blew up the tower, or it blew up the siphon, and then we lost control of the bird because the whistler broke. And then Elizabeth teleported us to Rapture and drowned Songbird.
See? Not stars. They're doors.
Doors to...
To everywhere. All that's left is the choosing.
Okay, so much for choosing.
What are all these lighthouses? Why are we... Who are...
There are a million worlds. All different and all similar. Constants and variables.
What?
There's always a lighthouse. There's always a man. There's always a city.
How do you know this?
I can see them through the doors. You, me, Columbia, Songbird. Sometimes something's different, but yet the same.
Constants and variables.
Yes. Look.
Did the good stuff.
Not exactly. We swim in different oceans but land on the same shore. It always starts with a lighthouse.
I don't understand.
We don't need to. It'll happen all the same.
Why?
Because it does. Because it has. Because it will.
There's so many choices.
They all lead us to the same place.
Tori.
Where it started.
Pretty
No
much.
one tells me where to go.
Booker. You've already been.
Man chooses. All right. No, I'm going this way. Oh, fuck that. So much for choice. All we have to do is choose my ass. About this way. The illusion of choice, yeah.
Wait a minute. I know this place. I was here. It's been 20 years ago, right after Wounded Knee.
Bioshock, aka you don't have a
looking
choice. You're at the mercy of the Eldritch Overlords.
Come on now, time's a-wasting.
Why were you here?
Are you ready to have your past
It's the
erased?
blind guy.
Are you ready to have your sins cleansed? Are you ready to be born again? Take my hand.
No. No, I don't want to.
You already did, didn't you?
Hiram. Hey, you. You're finally awake. Guess we accept baptism.
Are you ready to be born again?
I am.
Do you hate your sins?
I do.
Do you hate your wickedness?
Yes.
Do you want to clean the slate, leave behind all you were before, and be born again in the blood of the Lamb? Jesus, wash this man clean. Father, make him born again. Lord,
stop it.
What are you doing to it?
Get off me!
Son, get off! Son!
You didn't go through with
You
it.
think a dunk in the river's gonna change the things I've done? Let's get out of here. Hey, these doors of yours, they're all tears, right?
Gotta make
open one
a
up.
50,000
Open one up to
scripts
Paris. I wanna be
overlaid
shut of all
upon one
this.
another.
Not until we find Comstock.
Comstock's dead!
No. He was here. This way.
Hmm.
And what of my debts?
Bring us the girl, and wipe away the debt.
This is the man who hired me to find you.
Really?
Yes, the girl for the debt. Wait, no, this is wrong. What is this? There was no baby. I remember. No, there was no baby, and if there was, I sure as hell wouldn't give it over to this guy.
Booker, you don't leave this room until you do.
DeWitt, time is running short. Bring us the girl, and wipe away the debt.
Go ahead.
No.
You can wait as long as you want. Eventually, you'll give him what he wants.
How do you know all this?
I can see all the doors, and what's behind all the doors. And behind one of them, I see him.
Comstock. What choice do I have?
The debt's paid. Mr. Comstock washes you of all your sins.
Bring us the girl and wipe away the debt.
There was no baby. The deal was I go to Columbia to get you.
Booker, you're bleeding.
Oh. I remember what I remember.
Now we've upset him.
I don't expect this next bit will do much for his mood.
Come on.
And we're back.
What are we doing here? Comstock's dead. We can just go on with our lives. You don't need
Dead?
to.
You mean like Chenlin? Like Lady
Oh, I
Comstock?
can't go in there that time.
No.
This time.
He
New
is
game
alive
plus.
in a million worlds. It's not over because the Prophet is dead. It will only be over when he never even lived in the first place.
Yeesh, that's dark.
Hey. Hey, the deal's off. You hear me?
Rather unstable.
The deal is off. Give her back. Give her back.
Fine. Are you mad?
Give her back, you son of a bitch.
It's ready! No!
No. No.
Shut down the machine!
No.
Shut it
Anna!
down! Shut down the machine! Now do it!
Give me back my daughter! No! Anna? No. No. I'm sorry. I'm so sorry. Anna, I'm sorry.
She's gone, Booker. Anna's gone. You shared this room with your regret for almost 20 years. Until one day, a man came to you and offered you a chance at redemption. A chance for us to be together.
I told you it would work.
We already know it works. The question is, will he?
Anna. So sorry, Anna.
Do you suppose he branded himself as some sort of penance?
Should have.
Don't see the point. What's done is done. What's done will be done. I suppose the brand is his hair shirt, as he is ours.
Wipe away the debt. Miss the girl. Wipe away the debt.
See? He's starting to put his story together.
Wipe away
You're quite fond of this theory of yours.
He's manufacturing new memories from his old ones.
Well, the brain adapts.
I should know. I lived it.
Booker, wake up. Booker, wake up. This is where it started.
I sold you. I sold you.
To your credit, you did try to weasel out of the deal.
This is all Comstock's
There we
fault.
go.
What if I went back? killed him before he did any of this.
Things get set in motion.
How would one know how far back to go?
That's the only way to do it.
Elizabeth
Go back
is
to when he
Anna.
was born, and I'll smother this son of a bitch in his crib.
What happened to the pinky?
Booker, are you sure this is what you want?
I have to. It's the only way to undo what I've
When did
done
this
to you.
become the Stanley Parable? It's been the Stanley Parable the whole time.
Booker DeWitt, are you ready to be born again?
Why are we back here?
This isn't the same place, Booker.
Of course it is. I remember.
Are you ready to leave behind all
You're
that
not-
has gone before? Wipe the slate clean.
Who are
and
you?
start
You
anew.
chose to walk away, but in other oceans,
Of the Lamb.
you didn't. You took the
Do
baptism.
you hate your
You were
sin?
born again as a different man.
Do you hate your
It all has to end, to have never started. Not just in this world, but in all of ours.
Smother him in the crib.
Smother, 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 smother. Before the choice is made, before you are
And
reborn.
what name shall you take, my son?
He's Zachary
Mother.
Comstock. He's Booker DeWitt.
No. I'm both.
Duration check. Damn, that's dark. Chaos, that was... I don't know if that was well timed or poorly timed. I mean, I understand it was well timed. I understand the deliberate timing. I understand that much, but man, dark. Oh, what a weird game. What a weird, weird game. DeWitt was fighting himself the whole time. Yeah, there's some kind of moral to be drawn from this, right? Some kind of lesson we can pull out of this. Something like that. The two wolves story or something? I don't know. Alright, we will let the credits run. These people deserve some recognition. Self versus Self, the water theme stolen from Pendulum. How do I get home? He actually died in the bathtub in grief and drowned in his drunkenness. So this was all purgatory. Yes. Is that canon? He drowned in the bathtub? And we're in purgatory? I'm not sure. I'm sure there was one. I mean, the whole point of that was that anything happened. I just made that up, but let's go with it. Well, that's you know, I guess that could be or would be canon, right? We did the whole multiverse thing, right? So any kind of outcome is possible, right? The MCA. I love having a degree with a fair amount of critical analysis in it. That was a Beach Boys song. All right. Hopefully that wasn't long enough. It probably was, but... Probably was enough time. Burial at sea! Let's do it. Chapter 1. Begin. We're jumping right into it. No games about it. Nothing. Rapture looks so good in Burial at Sea. Does this take place before? Or like Burial in P? There's a musical theory video about Beach Boys and Bioshock Infinite. Oh, actually, let me see.
We're closed.
You don't look the sort who can afford to turn down legitimate work.
1958. What is this? Before Bioshock 1?
What do you want?
Takes place pre-New Year's 58 and after New Year's 50. Takes place right before 1. Okay, cool. During the fall. Got it. All right, hold on. Oh, interesting. Okay. The interesting part? Yeah.
Well, you got a name, miss?
Elizabeth.
Cast ice on the cigarette.
You can call me Elizabeth.
What can I do for you?
There's a girl who needs to be found. Maybe you've seen her.
This girl's dead.
You know her.
You'll see dozens of her tied down by the docks or the slums in Apollo Square. Orphans. With Fontaine's charity shut. No place for them.
But her you know.
As I said, girl's dead.
Lost.
Look, I don't know where you get...
Lost isn't dead. Name your rate, I will pay you for this work. But you do this one gratis, wouldn't you?
I don't follow.
Something tells me you will.
Ooh, money. Okay, can't run yet. This is all new to me, so I'm excited. Oh, woo, drunker do
Seems
it.
my instincts were correct.
Where's Sally?
I don't know.
I don't
Someone
know.
who does. Follow me.
Oh man. That's dope. Oh shit. Oh man.
What's this girl to you?
What I need from her is my business.
This place is so cool. This is dope. Man, I'd live
Tells
here.
me a man with your
Probably
particular
not,
talents
actually, but it would be cool to visit. Please make sure to explore. Oh, I'm going to.
Anything you say, pal.
If I was running things, I'd say, why just one city? Why not two, eh?
Game would look peak tier if RTX existed back then. Well, let us. Let's see, can we handle Ultra?
If we were all made from... Oh, I heard about your little friend.
Ultra Lord?
Such a shame.
At least in Rapture, I probably wouldn't be pelted with baseballs. You are absolutely probably correct. I would imagine, right? Like a whole. It's all about people, right? What was it? Subjectivism.
To these children. What are they?
Oh dear
Where have
goodness.
you been? Cabin in Arcadia? Little sisters.
Race didn't matter just as long as you didn't have ethics. Yep, pretty much. Sounds about right. Hello.
Hey, keep moving, buddy.
Oh, excuse me.
Just a matter of time before Ryan's crews round up anybody talks bad about him.
Compromise? Is that why we came to Rapture?
Clipped.
What do they even look like under those suits? Well, I say you should have. Get on with it. Do you have any idea how valuable my time is?
Seeing Rapture with the facade is great.
Few are the patrons who truly understand the struggle of the artist. But even I was a little leery when he shuttered Fontaine's business and sent that bald
Closed
buck to a grave
till Tuesday.
deep in the briny. But when Ryan buried all of Fontaine's pals in that department store, someone had to find a home for all those freshly minted orphans. And if I turned $1 or $2 in the process, you can hardly blame me for doing
Tuesday.
well by doing
Funny.
Tuesday.
You're not knowing about the little sisters. How long have you been in Rapture?
Let's just say I don't get out much.
You've got eyes and ears.
The
don't you?
architecture, the art is just so good. It's super cool.
DeWitt, I would write my
This
memoirs.
place is super cool.
If I learned anything about Rapture, thought it was a place where people understood to mind their own business.
Where are we headed?
The man we need to see is in the Garden of the Muses.
How do you know?
My sources are my own, Mr. DeWitt. If you have better information as to the whereabouts of your girl, I suggest you avail yourself of it.
Damn. Are you gonna make me press the button? Come on. Older Elizabeth looks a lot less cartoony. She does look a lot less like a cartoon character.
She was taken from you, wasn't she?
How do you know this?
She was taken. Down at Surprise.
Punch the button.
You were playing the tables.
She disappeared.
And?
Cop friend of mine, Sullivan, says they found her floating in the docks.
You see the body?
Look.
Did you see the body? This world values children, not childhood. There's a profit to be made
Sullivan.
in men who make it. I'm taking you to
Booker only knows how to cast fist.
Mr. DeWitt, you
Cast
alright?
fist.
Fine.
I cast punch.
Get these spells.
The only
sometimes
spell I know.
sometimes.
Oh. Hello.
eh? Madam?
We're fine.
Excuse
thanks.
me. Oh, I forgot. We're not, Plasmids are normal.
Mr. DeWitt,
Oh.
back again. And so soon.
Myth almost cast punch on that host. I almost punched him. Scared the snot out of me. Houdini splicers free fall. Yeah, I forgot we're not freaking out. We're not killing each other yet.
Look around, please.
Splicers without masks or withdrawals. I think there's some DMCA in here too. Okay, so I won't play anything.
Sexual intimacy is
I should
no different.
probably... Audio, we'll turn them... Oh, music volume's off. Okay, cool.
I'm not looking to be an obstacle here.
Should be good now, but I can't recall. Yeah.
Mr. DeWitt.
Yes?
I don't have all the flaws and drawbacks of it.
Big explore area here. Yeah, I'm working on it. I'm working on it. Oh. Art Deco on fleek.
Are you in the know?
Man, I really hope that DMCA, I don't get caught by that DMCA at the end of the
Giant.
credits.
Do you know all he does for Rapture? These metal jets are the hands that maintain Rapture, digging the foundation out of the seabed and guiding structural supports into place. Where do these metal mysteries come from? Sorry, chum. That's a Ryan Industries trade secret.
You're still streaming, so your prob's alright. Well, I'll be fine. I'll be fine on Twitch, but when I upload it to YouTube, it might be good since it was a recording for the game. Maybe, I don't know. Would I be able to dispute that from the game? I don't know. Maybe it won't get caught because it's not them. I don't know. They made it different enough? I hope so.
Try it again. Maybe your taste buds have matured.
Tip. I don't think these supermen know the meaning of the word.
I'm gonna eat the cake out of your fridge. The lead singer of the Beach Boys is a copyright dick.
Best quit while you're ahead.
One more. Just as bad as Lars. Woo! Go. Alright, so one more turn. There's
We'll find my source inside of that club.
Cohen? What does that lunatic have to do with Sally?
$1.
The Great Chain guides all of our efforts, even if we can't see.
There's a code for that place around here somewhere. Where we came out, okay. $1 could buy you a wine them days sometimes.
From his father.
Decided to start ringing in the new year a bit earlier.
Dollarito.
Are you in the know?
Am I in the know?
Innovation and competition are what fuel Rapture. But that fuel can be diluted with rumor or flat-out lies. The rumor monger asks, what are these so-called splicing side effects? Well, take a look around you. Do you see anything wrong with your neighbor?
I want to try making Doritos. Those exist, right?
Tenenbaum withdrawn from the public's eye.
Someone's made those.
Tenenbaum is a scientific mind unparalleled,
Hasn't,
even in Rapture. She's no doubt in her lab, toiling away at her next great innovation.
Doritos.
I heard she was in cahoots with Fontaine.
Oh, Doritos is a Mountain Dew flavor that was tested in late 2014 on select colleges and university campuses.
Not cheap shots.
Mountain Dew Doritos beverage failed on college campuses.
Science and industry.
It was
In other words, she's a Rapture gal.
Doritos.
Now you know.
Yeah, there's nothing on this since 2014. Wild. The YouTube channel redesigned the recipe to make it into a cheese and fruit artesian tea. The world?
How am I gonna make it work?
Artists struggle. There's apparently a really bitter spiced tea.
If there's anything I can do.
I would like to go behind your shop. I want to find the code for that door. Such a good name for a gallery. Artists struggle. there any... Is there an achievement for watching all of the need-to-knows? Haven't seen anything pop up.
Got taken out by Ryan's goons for one
These are brand the internets. Great question. I am partially achievement hunting tonight. Ooh, audio log.
Suchang observed strangest of coincidences. On other side of a window, man in strange hat experimenting on Suchang's own creation. On plasmid. Man name of Fink. Outrage! Theft of intellectual property! But man
Superior voice recorders.
Is no fool. Through addition of
Suchong's to as rate of sounding as ever.
Plasmid ingestible through stomach.
Alright, is the...
No entry without invitation.
We'll see about that.
Theft of intellectual property. Two-way street.
Which business do you represent, sir?
Business?
Yes, which business?
DeWitt Investigations.
Mr. Cohen does not truck with private detectives. Masks of invitation went to artists and craftsmen alone.
I'm with the artist struggle. We're expected.
No mask, no entry.
Stuffed shirt.
These invitation masks he spoke of, they must have gone out to local artisans.
Well,
long story short, he just discussed salts.
The business of Rapture is business. Says it's sponsored by the Artist Struggle, the Golden Rule, and Rapture Records.
I guess those stores would be as good a place to start as any.
What? Looks like there's 3 local stores that might have received invitations. You can choose your current objective from the objective screen. Okay, cool. Ah, it looks the same.
What brought you to
Sodium
Rapture?
slime tree.
A man.
Really?
Oh.
You don't strike me as the romantic type.
Wasn't that kind of man.
Then what?
There's a debt that needs repaying.
I've known my share of Shylocks. You're no Shylock.
Wasn't that kind of debt. Invitations to Cohen shows are highly coveted. Nobody's gonna just hand us one.
You think you can figure out a way to distract the store owner while I take a look around?
You just find the mask. Leave the distractions to me.
Welcome, welcome.
Excuse me. Lady has some questions for you.
Yes, of course.
What is this piece?
It's
Cohen sends those masks out. Damn. Must be somewhere else.
It's in the last place you look, isn't it?
Lovely. It does something to me, especially something you're doing. It's almost primal, isn't it? Part of us that exists before thought, before logic, purely sensual.
The finest music touches us in.
I must go. I must go. Even one more note shall prove my undoing.
Alright, weirdo.
Ryan understands something fundamental about
Any luck?
Nothing. Let's find another shop.
Okay. Yeah, I'm a little confused too. She's acting a little too hard. You know? Like music and all, but that was... Yeah, I feel like she was playing it up way too
Dish
much.
I walked in with? Will you give her the star treatment, pal? Then I'll make it worth your while.
But of course, right away. Interesting, isn't it? An original Sander Cohen. He calls it miasma.
I'm sorry, but I know precious little about art.
Ooh! Gotta find that
I don't want
box.
to open my mouth for fear of what foolishness might tumble out.
Nothing. Well, only one place left.
Oh, I would like so much to understand.
In this piece, Cohen intended to show us the struggle of the great.
Where's the
You see all that in that little picture?
Yes, in fact, Now,
You've given me so much to think about.
What's the code to that door?
Swoony. Would you mind if I return tomorrow for further education? Nothing?
No. Got one place left, though.
And if that proves to be fruitless?
Cross that bridge when we get to it.
Okay, what is the last place I'm looking for? Ah, golden rule.
it's temporary. Temporary. Just like gulag.
Drunkard? Yeah, let me just stumble around.
Hey,
Excuse me,
pal.
sir.
You want to help out the little lady?
I'm interested in this piece.
Can I run into him? He had a stroke. Excuse me, sir. Hello. Hi. You're supposed to be over there.
Where is he hiding that box?
Mr. Ryan?
Sisters, gee, don't you know they're the glue that holds Rapture together? Really? Ryan Industries has seen to it that they're bred to be as happy as clams while they do the work.
Got a little worried for a second. I was like, oh, he's standing right there. He knows I'm here. No, he's just broken. Come on, Elizabeth.
Good. We've located the mask.
Third time's the charm.
All right. It's best we head back to Cohen's.
Can I find... Will I come back here? I think teleporting witch physics. Do I come back here? Or do I need to go try to figure out the code?
Maybe take a look around a bit more.
Whatever you wish. Time is of the essence.
Fine piece of work back with those shopkeeps. You've got a bit of the grifter in you.
For that, you can thank my father.
Oh, yeah?
He was a man comfortable in a variety of roles.
Some of them are references to other irrational.
So, what kind of field you in?
Field?
Codes,
You know,
yeah.
Occupation. Can't imagine what kind of employment would lead you to tag along on a job like this.
I suppose you could say I work in debt collection. This better work. Otherwise, we'll certainly look the fools.
Trust me.
Okay, 1958 didn't work. About 1912. Nope. Check the kitchen. Audio logs have the codes normally. I feel like I... Oop. Objectives, okay.
Strangest of coincidences. On other side of a window, man in strange hat experimenting on Su Chung's own creation. On plasmid. Man name of Fink. Outrage! Theft of intellectual property! But man name of Fink is no fool.
Yeah.
Through addition of
There we go.
oxidate-
2076.
all of these visions before coming down here of utopia. Every man with his hand
Is
on
that
the
one?
brake
Is that one
chain,
System
the wheel
Shock?
of progress turning. Every cliche you can imagine. And
What is the first thing that happens when I open up shop? Petty thievery. Now I have to lock all my valuables in the closet. Remember 2076. It's the problem with coming to Utopia, is that it still has the people. When Ryan take over Fontaine Futuristics, scene of terrible violence.
System Shock 2 is
Splicers are burning each other to
2114.
bits. Lucky ones are not killed, sent to department store prison instead. Suchong think he dead man too. But then Ryan comes to Suchong and says, Suchong want to be buried in filthy store, or Suchong want to make a good salary? Work for Ryan. How much salary? Asks Suchong. This Ryan find very funny.
Very well. Mr. Cohen awaits your participation at his performance.
So who is this fellow Cohen? Some sort of underworld figure?
Worse, he's an artist.
An artist who kidnaps children.
Cohen's muse is a bit more diverse. I've seen his type. Gets an idea in his head, end a conversation. Don't matter who gets hurt.
Dance, dance, move! Be the conduit! Open yourselves to the music, to the spirit of the eternal!
Okay, it's the 80s, 90s, Eyes Wide Shut.
Why do you fail in this fashion? To embarrass me in front of my muse? My muse shall not be mocked. Fitzpatrick! Please! Thus, save him for God's sake! My muse shall not be mocked! Get them out of here! There shall be no failure on my canvas.
Oh.
There's no room in rapture anymore for the artist. Who are you?
Name's DeWitt.
Is that right?
Hello! Hi! Oh, no!
This one's a real biscuit.
Hi!
Isn't he a biscuit, lady?
He asked a few questions.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Yes.
Dog?
Yes. It is the work of man
Okay.
to ask.
Okay.
It is the work of the artist.
Holding on to her.
Answer.
You've seen this girl, haven't
Oh,
you?
hi.
We artists see more than most. You are more than you claim to be, little songbird. Are you not?
Bird.
Watch this one, DeWitt. She'll take you where you don't want to go. But I know the child in that photo is important to you. So many children flit, flit, flit away. I know.
Callbacks. Alright, you ready? You ready to go bed?
For a treat?
Say goodnight.
I
Say
will
goodnight,
send
everybody.
you to her.
Good night.
In exchange, all I ask is a dance.
What?
I see something in you two. Art strips away artifice. Show me who you are, and I will show you where you need to
Listen,
go.
Cohen, you son of a bitch.
Mr. DeWitt.
What?
Oh.
Dance with me.
Good night, puppy cam.
Come, come.
Ah, Cohen, always the fucking absolutely balls to the wall crazy. Dance with me, Mr. DeWitt.
I shudder to think what greater price he might care to extract.
Fitzpatrick! Beauty and pain.
They can be no more separated than
We picked the bird, didn't we? In
What do you think Cohen's customers do with the children?
in Infinite?
Do they?
Sometimes.
Is that the canon choice?
But those types lack the capital of people like Ryan.
Cohen spin-off movie. When and who is the actor for him?
You saw those little sisters? You so sure? But if Su Chong had Sally, I'd know it.
How?
Because I tied him to a chair and asked him.
So?
For 15 hours.
He reminds me
I don't know what to make
of
of you, Mr. DeWitt.
Peggy from the MCU. What happens if we had picked the other option?
I know how to shine a light on your pain. A moth will become a butterfly.
I can see Steve Carell maybe being able to do Cohen. DeWitt is into CIA actions. Down in the briny. Him and I both? Oh no. Jim Carrey? Interesting.
Mr. DeWitt. Mr. DeWitt.
The hard stone to cast, or hard one to cast.
I'm fine.
You were dreaming. You kept saying your daughter's name, Sally.
She's not my daughter.
I thought.
Pain and beauty. To an artist, they are parent and child.
Cohen?
I'm sending you to find your young one.
To Baron Cohen.
No need to thank me. I'm not
To play Cohen.
sure you'll like what you find.
Hello, shark.
Look.
Fontaine's. Ryan sent the whole thing to the bottom.
But it's a prison now.
It's Patrick, very
Why would Cohen
nice.
send Sally there.
I don't know.
Borat himself. That's the best choice.
I merely provide a service for those who have the means to pay. You'll find your little bird in the housewares department.
Hey, I've been down here. I've been down here too.
How many people do you
I haven't
suppose
been
Ryan's got locked up in that place?
down here when?
Fontaine
Now.
organized something near an army. Now they're down there,
Something like
spliced
that.
up and wild. All right, there's a dock up ahead.
Housewares is back there though.
Takes a cold son of a bitch to do that to a living person.
What's that?
Burial at sea.
You read your residency contract with Ryan Industries? In perpetuity, we're all buried at sea.
Ooh, that's the name. They said the name. Welcome to the dreary of the Icelandic coastal shelf.
Not too comfortable. Keep your eyes open.
Roll credits. Yep.
Seem to be some supplies this way, Mr. DeWitt.
It's Booker.
What?
Just call me Booker.
If it's all the same to you, let's leave it at Mr. DeWitt.
She said that name. They said the name. Game's over. She's stone cold in this one. Seems jaded. She said her job is in debt collection. Milk chocolate, yuck.
Could be handy.
A skyhook.
Debt runs in the family in some way. Yeah.
Skyhook? You mean the air grabber? Kids use them to ride around up on the pneumo lines.
Air grabber. Huh. Constants and variables.
Constants and what?
Never mind.
Goddamn grabber stuck.
I want the frosty one. Get me the
Mr. DeWitt, someone's coming.
Want it. You want it.
The callbacks. Everything's a callback.
All right, I got the grabber unjammed.
Washed up!
Why is he still screaming?
Mr. DeWitt, look.
Hold the look. Holding the look.
Housewares. That's where Cohen said we'd find Sally.
Your
The store ran
rejects.
trams between the 3 buildings. We'll need to
So good
avail
to
ourselves of
these splicers again.
Still works.
optimism, Mr. DeWitt.
Is it good?
It helps in situations like this.
Also, why did I come down here with 3 bullets? No more racism. Now it's just drugs. The lesser of 2 evils? Is that what we're going with? The drugs are the lesser of 2 evils?
Oh, it was
The choice between mentally ravaged addicts or
I guess
racist and revolutionaries.
51.
1 for her, 2 for you.
48.
That's a rather large gap.
Time. Life I had before. Sort of becomes a blur. 49. 49 for sure. Damn.
You look a mess, Mr. DeWitt.
Just keep your eyes open for splicers. They can do us a whole lot worse.
Here, birdies. Eat it up. Well, it's good.
How long you been climbing me?
Mr. DeWitt, ammo!
Oh, thanks. Always keep 1 for each friendly in case of capture.
You treat me like a worn-out shoe. Don't leave me. I see what you've been up to.
Sam?
What I learned from Japanese military history. Cyanide cappies in your glasses. Oh, hello. Oh man, the circus of value. Ah, yes, the Discord.
Mr. DeWitt, look.
Well, there's the tram.
That splicer had no problem freezing a path for himself before.
I'm sure he'll be happy to do the same for us.
I have no doubt.
Leatherface
you'll prove
splicers.
persuasive.
Alright, gotta find a lockpick.
Mr. DeWitt, look.
Yeah, I know. Oh.
An ice rink.
Be good at places any to look for our new friend.
Says it's on the top floor.
Oh, excuse me.
Go up.
Visit Rapture on Ice. Alright, y'all. One more. Last one for the night. Going to the bathroom. Be right back. Scoops redeemed a hydration check while I was gone. I was fully expecting it when I got back. I was not expecting it before I got back. So everybody take a sip. We're gonna round out the night. Oh, another hydration check. Damn, I didn't realize it had been that long. All right, y'all, that's 2 sips. Everybody take 2 sips. We gotta find a lockpick so we can get into Rapture on Ice there. Okay, that's money. Oh, okay. Guess we go this way. Got Eve.
Another burst pipe.
The store sunk a few hundred feet beyond its specifications. More pressure, more burst pipes.
Near here?
Damn thing's locked.
Let me see that. Oh, have matters progressed so little? I could turn this with a rake pick. Done.
Aren't you looking for a lockpick?
Oh, it's something I picked up a long time ago.
Our frozen friend leaves a hell of a trail.
Come on, just let me in, okay? Fontaine, he said we're all equal down here now, all in the same boat. Just want a taste of some high-class food.
Here, ammo!
Oh, thanks.
Try to keep you soft.
Oh!
Get up. Get up.
Oh, whoa. Brutal.
You want to thank me? Next time, try ducking.
Alright, this time I actually need a pick. The lockpick. Stone cold. Get up. Get up. Yeesh, sorry. Burned Bloodite. Oh, I got one. Ooh, Filthy Leech. Using a plasmid returns some Eve. Oh, okay. Wait. Okay, I wasn't wearing anything. I was naked.
There's no excuse. Never a fool!
Ryan, you bastard. Left me here to rot. Sure, I signed the contract. Helped turn Fontaine into a prison. 10 days, big rush, everything slapdash. Right before the prisoners are brought in. Your piece of shit turrets. Bam! Both kneecaps. Now I'm likely a cripple locked in a jail, surrounded by maniacs. Haven't even been paid, but I don't care. Just get me out of here.
Want to take a look at this?
Looks simple enough.
Get some. Let's go get some bread. Some high-class food.
Ready.
Ooh. Health, obviously.
Nice.
How many of you had?
6. 7.
It used to be such a thrill to hear Ryan speak. Parasite this. And the exaltation of man.
Catch, he says. Hands it just straight to me.
The old bear sure knew how to enunciate.
Oh, excuse me. Why was this man carrying a lady's shoe? Ooh. Oh, I know. Oops. And the splicers' heads like Stone Cold's beers. Was there nothing down here? Am I missing something? Is there something down here? Or were there just people? Did I literally just come down here to shoot people? Hear him. Oh, excuse me. All right. I think we will call it at the next.
Look up there.
Where am I looking up? Oh. I'm gonna let him duke it out.
Just give me a chance.
Excuse me. Weapon damage increases while the player is aiming using sights and after each successive kill. Ooh. Ooh, you ever just revolve a bullet? Shut it. I've revolved my ankles a few times. That doesn't sound healthy, my friend. It does not sound very healthy. Ooh, crackers. Oh, excuse me.
Ammo! Take it! Mr. DeWitt, here!
Come on. Step out. Okay. Ooh. Wait, is this where I'm supposed to be going? Yeah, it is. I want to come in here. Around briefly. I think we'll go get the ice plasmid and then we'll be on our way. Okay. Ooh. New hat. Melee strikes reach 3 times as far and do double damage, but also consume 20% of your shield. I don't know how I feel about that. There just needs to be manila envelopes and business. The artists lack too many. The artists lack ethics. Posture check. Everybody sit up straight.
With each passing night. The Tribune called my first opera as having the effect of canceling out all of Mozart's classics in a single caterwaul. And now, critics take me to task for my humanitarian work. If I were not
Find Old Man Winter.
for these orphans,
What's happened to these people? They don't even seem sane.
Nothing beats your first splice. From there, it's all downhill.
Cycle
The
the
frozen
airlock?
frosties, the jockeys who'll hand you 1,000 volts as soon as look at you.
You sound sympathetic.
They wouldn't be the first sons of bitches who found an answer at the bottom of a bottle. But once you see them go all weak at the knees at the sight of a little sister and holler at them, they cut a less sympathetic figure.
Alright. We'll go get Old Man Winter. Where did you come from?
Short-circuited. Probably be able to pop it open with
A jolt of shocky?
You familiar with Shock Jockey?
More than you could know.
Let's look
Little
around.
Sisters are back?
Maybe there's a store been ransacked by
Probably.
splicers yet.
We saw the Little Sisters in training. Shirt tuck check for Elizabeth. She needs to tuck her shirt in. Ladies wear.
There is no excuse for. Let you in.
Excuse me, sir. Damn, the Tommy gun is satisfying. Always be afraid of shadows. Fires 3 picks. How many do I have? 2. Stupid. Never not fear the dark IRL.
That's just the plasmid blues, Mary. You just need to slow down a bit on the splicing. Before you know it, you'll be as bright as rain. Remember, a smart splicer is a happy splicer.
Ah, there it is. There's lockpick number 3. Wonderful to see Big Sisters, or Big Daddy. We have seen the Big Daddy, and we've seen the Little Sisters in training, but we haven't, like, fought. Big Papa. People are like, don't be a baby, nothing can hurt you in the dark. Heckin' false. Everything is.
Remember me now?
No, I don't remember you. I have no idea who you are. I've never been here before. I was here. Mary, don't forget. There's an audio diary around here. Fathom Father. You can trip and fall in the dark. Shit hurts. Yeah, and that's it. That's the only thing that can hurt you in the dark. Just tripping and eating shit. Am I missing something? I explained what the stock's punishment actually were meant to do in a conversation about dark shit, and people were very unsettled. Okay. 49 was when he said, right? What about... I don't know. I need to find the audio diary. But where could it be? Where, oh where? Really don't look like women's shoes, I'll be honest. And honey badgers, one thing worse than coming across a honey badger is coming across a honey badger you can't see.
Got a lock here.
On it.
You know what? It's probably this audio diary in here.
All done.
Hey, look at that. 0928. The drop bear. Ooh! I didn't see this before.
I'll have to burn everything. I won't let you do this.
Another one somewhere. Oh, hello. Goodbye. There's a third one? Literally the most terrifying Aussie animal. They only know sin.
It's locked.
Oh, this won't take long at all.
Was that not the way we came in here?
Done.
Palm of my hand. Mark my words. Palm of my hand.
Oh, don't.
This is what happens when you...
It was the way. What's the point of locking the door and then giving me a lockpick for it? Like, you might as well not have. 0928. Forgot to check. Don't want that. If skirts and dress were made with pockets, they'd actually be really good pieces of apparel regardless of gender. That's very fair. Gonna dip kind of early tonight. Been up since 3. Y'all have wonderful evenings. You as well, Marlon. Glad. Excuse me. Good to have you around. We'll be done here shortly, I think. I'm just gonna finish flooring out here and then go get Old Man Winter, and we'll call it a night. Money in this game is so much easier than it was in Bioshock.
Self-respect. Because I'm a shit. You deserve better.
You're tracking mud everywhere.
Excuse me. Okay. Oh, jeez. Okay. Oh, interesting. We go up here.
Let's talk money!
I mean, Let's See is an expansion that is trying a full game of stuff with a not great budget or deadline, while Bioshock 1 devs had some time to ferment an irrational stay. Fontaine plasmids.
Looks like the plasmid department is back that way. I'm sure we'd find something useful there. All yours.
The home is just an extension of the womb. What was that? Don't you know what you're doing to me?
Jeez. Oh, jeez. The company got away with making the concept deck as a game 5 times plus 1 secretly as an expansion. Jockey? Heck yeah, man. Oh, what? There's no animation?
Why did Ryan lock up all of Fontaine's followers in a department?
Fancy putting those needed somewhere to put Fontaine's button in. Why not shut down the competition with a bargain?
But I thought Andrew Ryan was all about...
At least Irrational's obsession with meat walls and such died down.
Those ideas lose their luster when the quarterly earnings come in and you find the other guys eating your lunch. Either way, Fontaine's dead.
One Ryan, you knowingly promoted
Fontaine's
with the
dead.
implication it produced ice, not dry ice. The ice sculpture we commissioned for this year's gala at the Kashmir.
It's freezing in here.
Something tells me all that cold isn't just coming from the ice rink.
Of it. And who's still footing the room rental?
Dry mice. New boots. Attaching to pneumo lines and freight hooks provides a chance of a winter shield and increased damage for 5 seconds. Cool.
Oh, not you. You son of a bitch.
You son of a bitch.
Frank Fontaine called me in the other day. Me, Ray Lardner. Says trouble's coming and he's passing out special plasmids to all his best guys.
Dicey icy.
I mean, it's an
Irie
honor,
dice.
man. I started getting these shingles all over. Skin's discolored. Like when a guy's about to lose a limb, you know? And I can't seem to pile on enough clothes.
Woohoo!
I hate to ask, but is this happening to everybody?
Give me money. Okay. I recommend not going outside unless you want a dehydration check. Going outside.
Can you open this?
Give me a second. Ready.
Are you still gonna be able to shoot straight?
Both in-game and IRL.
Ryan's playing ball like nobody gets even a sip unless I say so. You got it. Anyone can figure that bottle up.
Whoa!
I found ammo.
You tell me it's more than 4 bullets. Oh no. Carbine is burst right now?
I could lose my job.
Too bad Bioshock didn't survive long enough for the survival sandbox genre. Oh, that's pooey. Yeah.
These jerks. Meet this camera. All of them. I'm the only one who's way low.
In case you need it.
I did, thank you.
Get ready to
Mind Shock, Biocraft, Minecraft Infinite, which is redundant.
Looks easy enough. There you go.
Alright.
Damn it, that son of a bitch drank every last bottle of Old Man Winter.
I think I can help.
What was that?
It's
These
a
locks suck.
new plasmid. Lets me bring in things that might exist, but don't.
I'm not sure I understand. What's it called?
Tear.
Where'd you find that?
You don't expect a girl to share all her secrets, do you, Mr. DeWitt?
Freeze your enemies. Shatter them into 1,000 pieces.
Break a glass with enemy cubes. That's cheating, Elizabeth. Yeah, turn your enemies into ice cubes and then drink with their remains. Drink their corpses.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Just gonna leave this.
Alright. I know you're the client and all, but I've gone about far enough without a few answers.
My purpose
Use
here
their
is none of
gibs
your
to
concern.
cool their blood.
Consider
Blood
me a means
slushy.
to an end.
Then why do I get the feeling I'm being set up?
I told you I'm in collections.
Bring
An
some
account is
enemies.
in arrears. My clients simply want to see matters set to right.
Don't make any sense, that's all.
If you don't like the arrangement, the bathysphere's back that way.
Ladies, don't let a few wrinkles or crow's feet get between you and
Go ahead.
All right.
I'm bleeding. Just a samurai. Yeah. Casual, you know. Oh, bugger off.
Breathe to it. Breathe.
Go ahead.
What's that sound? Alright. When was the last time it saved? Did it say? Exit. Last save 1046. Recently. I don't know how recently. Three minutes ago. Yeah, I don't know what happened 3 minutes ago. Was that, bullets? Was that after we got Old Man Winter? New shirt. Equip. Critical hits do extra damage and may not consume a bullet.
Okay. If Sally's not your daughter, what's she to you? Why risk
Infinite
life and
headshots.
It's part of the job.
You owe me no explanation.
She's just another orphan. After Fontaine went down, City was lousy with him.
And?
I don't know. You have a reason for every stupid thing you've ever done? She started showing up, looking peaked. More for me to feed the brat. Should have known she would.
We'll equip that. Highlighting someone.
It's none of your business.
Alright, so this save. Good to go. We'll switch back here. Thank you everybody for showing up tonight. Been a long night. It's been a really long night actually, but we finished Infinite. We had to fight the ghost again and again and again and again. One last hydration check for the road, everybody. We're in the business of taking care of ourselves. Stay hydrated. Keep your posture. Good posture. Sit up straight. A night of progress. We started Burial at Sea. Sip, Papa, sip. There's the link to the Discord. There's the link to the YouTube. A new episode of Bioshock is going up on tomorrow, actually. Tomorrow at noon. I think it's number 7. I don't remember. I think that's the second episode of Infinite. The ultimate hydration check. I have not decided yet what to play on or the next stream, and I am going to alter this week's schedule a little bit. Have a prior engagement this coming Wednesday, so the next stream will be on Thursday instead. But till then, there is a poll in the announcements channel on Discord. Go ahead and vote for what game you want to see started on this Thursday. The choices are Grounded, our Firewatch, and Mirror's Edge. I don't currently know what's ahead. I think last I checked, 2 of them were tied, and I think it was Firewatch and Mirror's Edge. Did I finish the forest? Yes. Timon King and I finished the forest last Wednesday, completely on accident. We went into Chasm Cave just to get some stuff, because there's some stuff kind of near the bottom, and we accidentally found our way into a laboratory, and yeah, that was an adventure. So you might want to go back and watch that. I won't spoil much more than that, but you were closing that night. That's a bummer. I mean, it's on Twitch. It's still there. And it really isn't that long. I think we only played for like an hour and a half before we finished, and then we switched to Splitgate and played with some of the community. I think Scoops and Chaos played. But thank you again, everybody. Take it easy, sit up straight, drink a lot of water, and sleep well. Have a good night.